Okay. Got the first joint. The shit. What are we saying, guys? And gonna be like Tiki-toki. So okay, hello? 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 Okay, seems good. So he's on Twitch, what up, guys? Tony, thanks for the follow. Yo, what up, come? Game over. Electric can I join first? Join? See a follow in. Get me. Show. Into the show. Such a kind of video. Yo, what up, guys? This cheese. Love using YouTube. That's nice. On TikTok. Cool. Cozy stuff shit. Oh. I like it. I should start Xfinity. Thanks for the sub. She sub. That's right. There's oh, there we go. Got this stuff loading as well. Likes should be there. Not so the likes. Yep. Don't fucking know. This. Whatever. We can see the new collab. Oh shit. Fuck. No, stop. What? Long lock is.
Mossy says hi.
Hello. Check out this. That's it. Gonna go right. Yes, see. That's right.
Mossy says, why is bro wearing a Hamas scarf lol?
Don't worry about that. Question mark.
Mossy says XD. Near S Robot says, what's up DIH?
What do you do? Did you guys see my newest video? It was a collab.
Daria says,
Oh my god, don't stop. Just don't stop. She might just be stuff. Guys, how did you like my newest video? Do you guys like my newest video? I get no answers. So I guess it wasn't. Oski, Lewandowski. So funny, guys. People's dead. I'm gonna take Grace too. Like that. Hello? I'm going to need somebody if you know what I mean. I'm alright. Great kinda agreed. People moving a bit too fast. I'm not gonna lie. Fuck. Thanks, Self-Love. Pulling here, he's pulling.
Daria says, why did Coral type she?
Because obviously
Daria says you're a woman.
Yep. If I
Near S Robot says I'm eating ice cream. Daria says cool.
I'd like some ice cream. Alright. That's my stupid autocorrect. Bro was fine. I did not vote fine.
Near S Robot says what's your favorite flavor? Missy Mice says you can tell by her feminine voice lol what you all mean.
Favorite ice cream flavor is probably chocolate mint and Missy. Thank you so much.
Fawi Ketra says where can I get the code?
The code? It's just gonna be in the next game. Appreciate it, Missy. Okay.
Daria says it's an I voice, or I couldn't tell.
It's not really. Texting views and need to specifically different from still. Joining di siapa? Megalodon on YouTube.
Daria says, Daria says, Daria says, Daria says.
Gonna meet you. She did one more time.
Daria says depression. Near S Robot says, can I get a Hoya?
Bro. True. Why did Blue say she didn't have? Maybe she's right there. Just saw him get out of security. Well, Blue said that if Blue's not on it, it's the last.
Fawuketwa says, bro, what voice changer do you use for your videos?
It's not voice changer, it's a voice text to speech. Blue's a dumbass. Why would you say that?
Daria says, I have nothing, GG.
Yeah, no, man. What are you doing? Mine is giving sus vibes. Not gonna lie. Is this real? Oh my gosh. No. Is it color? Let's see. I gotta be yellow and white. I think it's yellow and white.
Daria says who are the safe ones?
Correct.
Missy Mice says Loke I think white.
Yeah.
Daria says why does the bot pronounce my name like that?
I don't know.
Missy Mice says why white yelling XD.
I know. One of them is 100% yellow though. We're correct, we're correct. I said one of them is yellow. I said one of them
Missy
is
Mice
yellow.
says MBI was wrong.
Hey. One of them, I said it was yellow, bro. But I was yellow. They're gonna take a look. They're gonna go with white first.
Near S Robot says background music a banger.
Yep.
DIH Cheese says I killed and phantomed in front of 3 people and Maroon was voted lol. Karima's backup Zoxo says you grey. Near S Robot says Megamind. Ediv says what's
Guys,
code.
join.
Saturo Gojo says are you Arab or something?
No.
Karima's backup Zoxo says how did they not see you Phantom? Saturo Gojo says do you stay always in the same lobbies?
Nah.
Karima's backup Zoxo says D Cheese you actually did put in your bio you're a scientist hater now.
I'm a person.
Near S Robot says IJS ate my spoon.
Nice.
Karima's backup Zoxo says wow that's nice.
Oh, listen, guys. No way. No way. Guys, if someone snitches, get him banned. Just like that.
Near S Robot says Bud got the best roll FR.
Guys, don't snitch. If you snitch, I'm banning your ass.
Rose always still be sus says TS not tough GNG. Bob the Crusade says I am not going to SNICH.
Chat there. Hey, shut up. If you guys wanna be
Victor Borovic says
the
yes.
video, is but not snitch, so I can make into content.
Bob the
Yes.
Crusade says maybe kill Orange.
If you guys snitch, I can't make into content, so. Don't forget to
Victor
snitch.
Borovic says Orange is 100% looking at the live brew.
Yeah.
CZXV says NOOI was the imposter and I got disconnected. Karima's backup Zoxo says no one better snitch on us. Victor Borovic says par. CZXV says I was BDR and I got disconnected. Victor Borovic says WN. Bob the Crusade says always happened in Among Us. Karima's backup Zoxo says Nuar imp left. Victor Borovic says you got a par. D-Clash says why did you end so quickly on Twitch? Victor Borovic says do this off IA too good.
Didn't Twitch. Just open run.
Victor Borovic says this off. Victor Borovic says 2 op.
Yeah.
Bob the Crusade says if 3 imposters are good then this on no problem.
Oh.
Victor Borovic says at Bob the Crusade his imps get caught R1. Karima's backup Zoxo says oh we cooked. Karima's backup Zoxo says I can't do this by myself.
You did not interrogate me.
Karima's backup Zoxo says like him SRRY, if we don't win him Sarah by myself.
Ayo.
Near S Robot says 67.
Guys, need to kill Blue. We need to kill Blue.
Bob the Crusade says kill one more. Karima's backup Zoxo says okay good you not voted.
We need to kill Blue. You need to kill Blue. Where's Blue? Is Blue staying?
Karima's backup Zoxo says him watching cams by the way. Bob the Crusade says wow bro got saved.
Guys, skip.
Saving you door.
Ah, that's it, man. I'm not playing it yet. You guys are annoying.
Bob the Crusade says red is FR dumb. Karima's backup Zoxo says Lime help me.
Happy.
Karima's backup Zoxo says I swear. Karima's backup Zoxo says I hate this game OMGGG. Victor Borovic says I'm not stream sniping.
So if the game's a video, then you better take the clip off if you
Bob
don't
the
mind
Crusade says I'm
asking.
not even in the game.
If you don't mind asking.
Karima's backup Zoxo says him SRRY line. Bob the Crusade says this is absolutely cinema. DIH Cheese says code.
This is just an accident code. Oh, thank you. You just cannot see me on the TikTok. Send back.
Karima's backup Zoxo says I got killed by JK. I ain't saying.
Oh, sad. The fuck is yellow? Can't see it. Of some they of high school also videos. Yeah, that was the best shit of script around.
MK Gamer says why brew.
So, sorry.
Karima's backup Zoxo says Ika, why did you get picked yellow? Stefan says hey bro, what country are you from?
I guess you'll never know.
Karima's backup Zoxo says brew. Karima's backup Zoxo says him thinking the Hispanic side.
When did I say that?
Stefan says at least tell me the continent please.
Nah. That's too much information.
Karima's backup Zoxo says too much.
Yeah.
Stefan says okay LMAO.
Nope. Don't kill me, bro. But why you did like an Arab?
Sven says hi.
I say.
MK Gamer says I'm a crash out GNG. Karima's backup Zoxo says knew I had 3 seconds before I could protect you.
Ah, thanks.
Sven says this she reads your messages.
Yeah.
Karima's backup Zoxo says sorry I couldn't protect you.
It's okay, don't worry.
Sven says that's crazy. Karima's backup Zoxo says I'm gonna get off the stream for now cause then it's not fair.
Oh no, by the way, you don't have to go off the stream. Just like, if you're watching the stream from your phone, just like hide the phone and mute it.
VR says, bro, I couldn't see the code.
No. I'll do you float on the fan. I might have heard. Yeah.
Cameron says, bro, when everyone else left, I got left and got banned for 16 minutes.
Ouch. Listen.
Missy Mice says, I was Akai lol, but I hid the live every time I played.
Yeah, thanks. Like, just hide the live, don't go off it, because there's more people, like, viewing my stream. Just so, like, hide it. That wasn't great. Standing still. I can't believe I'm abroad. I'm more desperate than ever. Hey, you don't abuse your power over my YouTube viewers. Is this for surreal? Yeah. Yeah, but like you also don't threaten people. Like if they deserve to be banned, then you can ban them. But then just don't threaten. So look up John from your post. Oh, by the way, guys, how did you guys like the new video with Dionysa? I have never had this much power. My word is asked a simple question. But before I left, because
MK Gamer says that was a sad and cruel death.
Before I left, because Greg killed me, like literally, this round. Apparently Nexus is close, but not on the second part. So me, you might live this CSR. Just don't abuse. Actually, a ghost. Some shit. Message for your fucking detective like me, but it's alright. No problem. Anyone on Twitch? No? But you're ignoring me. You know? If you're more deep on people that just make rules on the outside. Which one's on the answer?
Daniel Rappaport says you.
Daniel, thanks for the How's for a racist? How's you a racist? What is going on in the YouTube chat? YouTube chat is crazy. You're ignoring me, that's how. Yo, how is ignoring someone being racist? Oh my, the fuck, you fucking me. Can you stop fucking me? Damn it. Oh guys, I forgot. What's great this? What's game stuff? I wasn't even paying attention. You can be
Catty says
converted in
editing
the
a bit
same
and found a 3
armor.
minutes of healthy music. Do you want me to send it to you so you can use it?
Editing vid and found the 3 minutes. Which music is it? Because I have a lot of Death Note music. What's the
Stefan
name
says
of the
Blue, I
song?
messed up by phantoming in front of Black. MK Gamer says him back.
Catty, what's the name of the music?
Stefan says I meant red.
Oh, it's
Daniel Rappaport says where is Pathot? MK Gamer says did you find the guy that killed me?
I
Catty
have
says
a thing.
LVDN.
I have a stream.
VR says allow move the TikTok chat out the way next time. MK Gamer says FR. Daniel Rappaport says I'm a join next game.
Sure. I'm a bit hungry, guys. Gonna eat after the stream. Well, Daniel, thanks for the heart. Oh, GG.
Karimar says I messed up badly.
Ouch. I'm sending the code to my gifters. Code will be in the gifters. And then in my loyal. So the code is
Daria
in-
says the last lobby lagged me badly. Stefan
so-
says me too FR.
So the code first is in the gifters.
Daniel Rappaport says at Daria
The
yo Daria.
gifters channel in Discord, and that's how it first appears, and then in royal views.
Daria says at Daniel_Rappaport YH.
So the code first appears in my Discord for the gifters. It's a separate channel. So people who
Georgie481
gifted,
says yes
you
DD
get
how are
the
we?
code first, and then
Kareem
the loyal
Backups
views.
also says Fari I could have killed you but too risky.
Then now
Kareem
the
Backups also
viewers
says
get
Daria.
it.
Daria says Faria. Daniel Rappaport says I am a mod in TikTok now.
Yep. There's a lot.
Kareema's Backups Oxo says at Daniel_Rappaport I'm sorry bro my autocorrect.
Guys, join my Discord link in the bio. Discord is banned for my sister's channel. Also, if Discord is banned, just use a VPN.
Daniel Rappaport says at Kareema's Backup Cup so I hate out so. Kareema's Backups Oxo says real. MK Gamer says my Among Us is rigged after 2 minutes it doesn't restart but once I exist it for 2 seconds I to start. Kareema's Backups Oxo says I'm just gonna watch the live now.
Sure.
MK Gamer says mobile Among Us is so hard.
You know what? Like, I play better as a crewmate
MK Gamer
on
says
PC.
whenever you exist the app for a little it makes you disconnect.
Guys, I play better as a crewmate on PC,
MK Gamer says exit.
but as an imposter, I play better on phone. One of the reason being is I barely get imposter on
Kareema's
my
Backups
phone.
Oxo says YH it is
On my
badly I
PC, I
accidentally
mean.
unshifted as Among Us on mobile. Rare the Viper says IGTG. Rare the Viper says I'll come back soon. Kareema's Backups Oxo says Detective DU smart right.
So
MK Gamer says sus cause he reported. MK Gamer says maybe he imposter to cover up for his other imposter teammate.
maybe.
Daria says Faria. Kareema's Backups Oxo says okay bro. Kareema's Backups Oxo says nice name though. Probby Kaiser says yo WYN.
Yo, what up? What up, dude?
Kareema's Backups Oxo says my cuz has the name Faria.
Okay.
Probby Kaiser says I what's that voice changer cuz.
What voice changer? Don't know why everyone keeps saying that. Oh,
Kareema's Backups Oxo says real I thought that was bro's voice.
I'm not a bro. That's all. Bruh.
MK Gamer says 100 likes.
Yep. Nice.
Probby Kaiser says Kareem we're in Dash UFRM. Scar50 says LMAO I just realized that Faye Hourman is in the game. Kareema's backup Zoxo says from Select. Daria says question when I got killed did y'all not see the Phantom?
I didn't see Phantom.
Probby Kaiser says my bro. Kareema's backup Zoxo says
I'm a
"Why
freshie."
do you though don't think him a freshie guys.
Bro, is it freshie?
Probby
Yeah,
Kaiser says well I'm not
bro.
gonna gift you a galaxy. MK Gamer says him getting up the ranks. Daria says damn. Kareema's backup Zoxo says at Probby Kaiser.
You
Daria
want
says
to
my
take a
killer
galaxy
isn't
from
out.
Kaiser.
MK Gamer says
What a
no.
retard. Face reveal? Nah. Guys, sub to my YouTube.
Kareema's backup Zoxo says when we getting a face reball. Probby Kaiser says we're in UK.
Face reveal at
MK
10
Gamer
million
says come on give me
followers.
second. Kareema's backup Zoxo says small town prob want no. MK Gamer says YESSSSECONDDD. Daria says I have 3 YTACCS da I follow you W Everett ACC. Probby
Thanks,
Kaiser
bro.
says same. Daria says I meant every.
Take a
Probby Kaiser
chance.
says on everything I love you're gonna lose.
Yo, Kaiser's just a hater. Kaiser don't know the grind.
Kareema's backup Zoxo says you love. MK Gamer says not getting first, but second's enough for me. Probby Kaiser says only I'm a hater.
Hey, guys, can you guys spam L Kaiser in the chat?
Kareema's backup Zoxo says new.
Spam L Kaiser. Spam L Kaiser.
Probby Kaiser says W Kaiser.
Spam L Kaiser in the chat, guys.
Kareema's backup Zoxo says Detective D is nice bro.
Alright, thanks.
MK Gamer says W Kaiser. MK Gamer says H is chill GNG. Kareema's backup Zoxo says we getting a face reveal at 10k followers. Probby Kaiser says nah I know him H is 51. Kareema's backup Zoxo says or no. MK Gamer says Detective D chill with haters.
I mean, just more comments. Bro's making me money.
Kareema's backup Zoxo says chill guy. Daria says didn't DIH say shushes and female earlier?
I am. Forgo, please. Thank you, bro. On YouTube.
MK Gamer says 1000 likes time. Daria says I don't want to do my tasks.
Me neither.
Daniel Rappaport says L Kaiser.
Al
Kareema's
Kaiser,
backup
come
Zoxo
on.
says that Daria waits so bro is a female.
I am.
Daniel Rappaport says L Kaiser. Daria says considering I have like 4 or 5 left. MK Gamer says 100 likes away. Karima's backup Zoxo says I thought bro was a male. Detective D says 25-year woman guys. Pafot says WYM you should.
I should
MK Gamer says YESSS. Karima's backup Zoxo says WHATTT.
What?
MK Gamer says just remember I was here giving DETECITVED 1000 likes.
Thanks.
MK Gamer says TBH that's all I got. Georgie481 says it's purple. Karima's backup Zoxo says I thought bro in high school. Daria says im hauntum GUDIH. Georgie481 says purple JS tried to lock me in sec.
The code is public. Hello, password. Close.
Pafot says wish I could clear maroon. Karima's backup Zoxo says a no stream sniping G.
Am I the tracker?
Daria says it's DIH.
What was that last game?
Daria says vote out D out.
Oh, I love the tracker. I forgot. I think it was a tracker last round. Music. Nah, it's purple.
Daniel Rappaport says LDIH.
Nah. I think I was tracker last
Daniel
round.
Rappaport says why are you framing me?
No, bro. I
Pafot says
thought
it ain't maroon.
I skipped. I thought I was tracker last round. I thought I was tracker last round. I think it's purple, bro. Never mind. I genuinely think it's purple.
Daria says trust me vote out Detective D.
The feeling is purple.
Pafot says eggplant emoji, eggplant emoji, eggplant emoji, eggplant emoji. Daniel Rappaport says that Daria agreed. Daria says also Purple B killed me and Phantom L Purple.
Yeah, purple's old. I'm an Arab.
Karima's backup Zoxo says NAHH bros Finsahead.
Yeah.
Pafot says it's not maroon.
Yeah, no, it's not wrong.
Karima's backup Zoxo says I meant finished. Daniel Rappaport says nah what yellow is doing.
Cause if you just don't go purple.
MK Gamer says back. MK Gamer says time to continue my like grind.
Thanks.
Daria says might be Alawi.
I think it's yellow or
Pafot says
pink.
that Daniel _ Rappaport by the way do you miss me cause I heard you say where is Pafot?
Guys, I just knew it was pink. I knew it was pink. Just knew it. You look Arab, the hat on. Oh yeah, but no. I think I wanted to do something like this before.
MK Gamer says yes, he
Oh,
died.
yeah.
MK Gamer says now time to join. MK Gamer says sorry like grind, I gotta betray you. MK Gamer says it'll come back another day, when I can't join Detective DS server. MK Gamer says NGL that speech tough.
No. What happened to this? Right.
MK Gamer says I have so tough speech to like grind.
Hold on, guys, cause
Daria says why is your name Kira? I am gay.
hello.
Daniel Rappaport says at MKGAMERWPFP. Draxor says hey D. Karima's backup Zoxo says OYH.
Hello, Jaxer.
Daniel Rappaport says you'll never walk alone.
Hold on, I'm gonna
MK Gamer
fix
says
this.
at Daniel_Rappaport thanks bro.
Gotta fix this chat.
MK Gamer says at Daniel_Rappaport you also Liverpool fan. MK Gamer says not been in good form recently. We will be back
It's gonna go
though.
fucked up.
Daniel Rappaport says at MKGAMEROFC. Daniel Rappaport says at MKGAMERE bro I'm afraid to watch your games. MK Gamer says lol FR.
Hold on, guys. Sorry.
Missy Mice says I get paid in 1 hour yay. Daniel Rappaport says at least we humbled Vardred.
And you know
MK
what?
Gamer says how did I get overtaken? MK Gamer says that's sad. Karima's backup Zoxo says what's your YTL sub?
My YouTube is
Daria
in the
says
link.
please D Detective D I need this my mom is kinda homeless. Daniel Rappaport says at MKGAMER Pathot is to good.
I'm gonna just sit on. Hold on, guys.
Daria says my Among Us isn't loading. Pathot says I am approaching whoever is top 1.
Hold on.
Karima's backup Zoxo says okay IS subbed. Karima's backup Zoxo says at Pathot less than. For what? Pathot says at Karima's backup Coxo why haven't you yet?
Guys, TikTok
Pathot
Studio
says
is
at
so
Karima's
slow.
backup Zoxo likes.
Bruh.
Karima's backup Zoxo says at Pathot less than. You trying to take my #1 spot, I see.
Oh my days.
Pathot says at Karima's backup cock, so you ain't top 1.
How?
Karima's backup Zoxo says ONVMSRRY. Pathot says knew it okay.
Oh my days.
Karima's backup Zoxo says.
Guys, I hate. Just hate TikTok. TikTok live studio is just so bad. Genuinely so bad.
Pathot says what happened to the face cam.
Oh, TikTok live
Karima's
studio,
backup
bro.
Zoxo says Pathot asterisk.
Oh my days. No fucking way.
MK Gamer says what happening, bro.
Trying to fix this fuck ass webcam. Oh my. Oh my. No way. There's just no way, guys.
Pathot says Dhoni.
I'm so annoyed.
Pathot says likes. Pathot says time to yap. Daniel Rappaport says at Pathot less than. Nah bro, how so fast? Pathot says okay, so UHM. Pathot says at Daniel _Rappaport IDK honestly. Pathot says and tap. Daniel Rappaport says at Pathot less than. How much fingers? Pafot says at Daniel_Rappaport like 10 I use my feet too.
I'm gonna restart the live on YouTube.
Daniel Rappaport says at Pafot less than W. Pafot says oh wait that's supposed to be a secret.
I'm not gay. Oh my. Finally. Selection. Why does it look like that? Thank you guys for waiting patiently. No sound detected. Huh? Hello?
Draxor says D why did you invite me to watch your live?
I did. Imaginary. Did I invite you?
Pafot says yo.
Yeah. Oops. Daniel, thanks for the gift. And for the gift.
Draxor says I was doing my homework.
I don't think I invited you. It might have been automatic.
Pathot says anyway.
I think it was automatic.
Daniel Rappaport says at Draxor, why bro?
Ain't no way I'm an imposter. Guys, do not. Don't snitch. Don't snitch, don't snitch.
Pathot says no stream sniping.
Yeah. Don't snitch, guys, don't snitch, don't snitch.
Pathot says no stream sniping. Daria says I didn't join the game sadly. Draxor
Yes.
says advice for 11th grade.
Don't snitch, don't snitch.
Draxor says advice for 11th grade. Daria says can I say Daria says.
No.
Pathot says if you snipe I will come and tickle your little tiny whiny toes. Daria says wow the betrayal. Pathot says DWI couldn't join either.
Can you guys not hear me on YouTube?
Daria says am I forced to not say Daria says. Pathot says at Daria say eggplant emoji. Daria says I won't say it anymore trust.
Can you guys not?
Daria says at Pathot less than. No, I'm scared to say that.
I'm trying to change my voice. For a while. But wants me to change my voice.
Daria says slay girly queen you ate that.
Thanks.
Pathot says help. Pathot says my cat wants to smell you again. Pathot says yo cyan sus though.
Cyan, don't assassinate me, bro. What the fuck wrong with me? Didn't even vent. Thanks for sharing the light.
Daria says my grad anime needs my help, so I won't speak in chat for a while.
Okay. Dustless. No, this guy did not see me.
Pafot says, do you like a beef wrapped in salty cheese dough and baked at 225 Celsius?
Oh. But Maroon was not there. Like sick man. Was not there. Fucking. Maroon was just not even there.
Light says this is what I mean, you can stand a chance. Pafot says so unfair.
Yeah.
Light says everyone just says. Light says it's this, then everyone agrees.
I don't know.
Daniel Rappaport says, D, why you kicked me?
I didn't kick him.
Light says, how do you edit your vids?
I liked. If you want a full tutorial, you can go to my hip, link in bio. Want a full tutorial?
Daniel Rappaport says, why did I got kicked? I hate this game.
Didn't kick you either.
Pafot says at Daniel_Rappaport, damn a top viewer. Undercover says at Daniel_Rappaport, it said you left lol. Detective D says at light full tutorial in my pay hip link in bio. Daniel Rappaport says at Undercover until I get an imp out.
Daniel, did you stream snipe me? Once you stream snipe me,
Daria says Detective D just phantomed, shape shifted into an unicorn and then farted and disappeared.
Okay.
Light says WDYM in your bio. Pafot says, does Daniel Rappaport have loyal viewer role on DC? Light says the tutorial or. Detective D says go to Linktree and pay hip. Daniel Rappaport says at Pafot less than. Ye also gifted. Daniel Rappaport says at Daniel_Rappaport gifter.
Daniel, did you?
Pafot
Did
says
you
at
stream snipe?
Daniel_Rappaport okay.
Daniel, did you stream snipe?
Daniel Rappaport says no bro. Light says is it in your DC of? Daniel Rappaport says I tracked you. Daniel Rappaport says I swear not. Daria says trust is detective. Pafot says sadly I can gift cause damn TikTok won't accept my credit card info for some reason.
Ah, it's okay, thank you though.
Detective D says on TikTok, go to my bio, open my link tree, open PayHip. Daniel Rappaport says I turn my phone off every game.
Okay.
Light says yo. Light says tie. Daria says detective, Tan, in the lobby that was about to close said they like kids. Daniel Rappaport says at Daria sus. Daria says FR. Daniel Rappaport says like the last vid and follow guys.
Oh, this. That's a retard.
Daria says the background is so cool. Pafot says my cat was looking for you. Pafot says OML. Daniel Rappaport says at Pafot less than. Did he smell him? Pafot says at Daniel _Rappaport OFC. Pafot says Detective D must be smelly. Philip16 says can Jay join next round? Daniel Rappaport says the code will be on the screen, just join. Philip16 says thanks.
But my brother is an absolute retard. Like Jeremy. Yeah, sorry.
Daniel Rappaport says join the Discord, guys. Daria says in the video with Misa I got framed, my teammates closed the door on me and her depression. Philip16 says DETECTIVEE. Pafot says at Daniel _Rappaport, oh wait, you're Rappaport, I just realized. Daniel Rappaport says I'm doing a little bit of mod work.
Nice. Dexter, what a gentleman host.
Daniel Rappaport says lol, I can mute people, I'm gonna be on a power trip.
Don't meet people, don't meet people. We need people to
Daniel
talk.
Rappaport says MJK.
We need people to talk.
Daria says it's not logging me into my Among Us account. Pafot says at Daniel _Rappaport, will you mute me? Light says yo. Daniel Rappaport says at Pathot less than, if you want to. MK Gamer says GG's. MK Gamer says I'm a dip CYA Detective D.
Yo, what up?
Pathot says I'm a play a quick game.
Yo, Light? Yeah, should buy it?
Light says if I buy it, I'm not editing on PC though.
I can teach you on YouTube on phone as well today. I can teach you on CapCut as well. CapCut is on
Light says will the edits be good?
I mean, if you apply what I teach you 100%. The edits are only gonna be good if you fully focus and apply what I teach. Like, I have some really good tips and stuff.
Daria says I saw that filter.
What filter?
Light says what have the voices.
I'll teach you how to get the voices as well.
Daria says Mr. Bean. Stefan says hey detective, who do you think is the best among us creator besides you? Light says bet that's AW. Light says he'll buy it TMRW.
That sounds good. Stefan, the
Libs LDN
best
says
one?
code.
Probably Daniel, you know. Let me take that.
Light says will I be able to keep the tut or? Daniel Rappaport says his Daria has loyal viewer on this.
I think
says where is the code?
she should have. You should. And Light, I'm gonna be teaching
Daria
you
says I don't
like
have this.
on call or something. Or I can just give you docs.
Daniel Rappaport says at Daria lol why.
Get Discord, Daria, so you can join my Discord.
Stefan says what do you think about Clover? I think H is good.
Yeah, Clover
Daria
is
says I
pretty good as
deleted
well.
mine for getting sent an DIH pic.
Oh, yeah, fair enough.
Light says but Kira pays for his voice.
No, it doesn't.
Light says WBU.
Listen, I get my voice from the same website that I am Kira does, and it's not, you don't have to pay for it. You can pay for it, but I do it completely for free. And it's sustainable to do it free.
Light says how long does each vid take?
It depends on how good you want to edit. For me, it takes anywhere between 5 to 20 hours. That's because I take pride in my edits. And if you like fully apply everything, then you'll
Light says so the voice will be in the rut.
yeah, like the voice will be in the tutorial. If you want the same voice, of course. There's no stage. Why is it now viewers on TikTok? Light, are you gonna buy it tomorrow?
Light says YH probs TMRW.
Sounds good.
Light says, can you give me a vid or does it have to be on call? Missy Mice says, IDK how Coral knew it was White killed me, no one was around, lol.
It doesn't have to be a call, but I think you'll get the most value from a call. Thanks for the follow, Speedforce.
Light says MB for all questions. Daria says VR killed me, unacceptable. Speedforce says how to join game. Missy Mice says detective shows code in lobby. Daniel Rappaport says nah. Daria says they're stream sniping, I just know.
Guys, I didn't have a single fucking kill. I didn't have
White killed me and not a person was near
a
me.
single
Pafot
kill.
says Coral was stream sniping. Daria says that's actually unacceptable. Daniel Rappaport says you ruined it for me, bro, until I get him. Pafot says noted her name XX. Daniel Rappaport says at Missy.mice it was me ISSD. Pafot says at Daniel_Rappaport you were imp. Detective D says who was the people that stream sniper that round. VR says they're literally stream sniping. Missy Mice says lol. Daniel Rappaport says at Pafot less than, ye with DIH. Pafot says at Detective D Coral. VR says nah, Grey and Cyan steam sniping. Pafot says I actually only noted her fit. Daniel Rappaport says I wanted to cook for a vid. Missy Mice says hide and seek. Detective D says yay SRU. Daria says him on phone and my volume was turned down so I didn't see anything or heard anything. Fawuketwa says people are not right, all of them stream sniping. Pafot says at Detective D yeah, if she joins he'll tell you.
Yeah, thanks.
VR says literally Grey stream sniping. VR says ban them.
I will ban them if they join. I'm putting the code out on Discord
Missy
now.
Mice says can we do hide and seek? VR says how is Cyan saying weird movement?
Don't even know.
VR says H is defo stream sniping.
We'll do hide and seek after this game.
Daniel Rappaport says guys don't stream snipe. Daria says Cody. Speedforce says what's the code?
Code is in the Discord server first. But the code appears in the Discord server the first
Fawuketwa
time.
says don't ban me, I wasn't stream sniping, I skipped. Speedforce says Discord is on bio.
Yeah. Just put it in my bio. Just put it in my bio.
Eric Vaselli says what code?
Cozy. I'll finally get in.
Fawu Kipper says bro ask White I saw him kill.
Thanks for the follow. Thanks for the roast.
Fawu Kipper says I wasn't sniping.
No way, again? That's actually crazy.
Missy Mice says he'll join hide and seek ground. Fawu Kipper says if I was banned can't I join this room or all of the room?
If you stream snipe, you're not joining any. Why did you lock me, bro? Content isn't just
Fawu
any.
Kipper says but I wasn't asked White.
Well, we have God's Wife. I'm just talking about, we literally have God's Wife. Right. What is Sign talking about? Only my... Huh?
Fawuketwa says, bro, at the start of your TikTok career, was it hard?
It was kinda hard. It was kinda hard.
Light says, is it easy to edit on CapCut?
What did you say? It's a lot easier to edit on CapCut than Premiere Pro.
Light says, and is it better?
Depends. I like to edit on Premiere Pro more, but on CapCut you can keyframe masks, which is good. You cannot do that on Premiere Pro, unfortunately.
Fawuketwa says, your videos are a banger.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate it.
Rook the Shinigami says, yo, I'm a new Among Us creator, and if you ever see me in Among Us, my name is Reality. Fawuketwa says, at Rook _the_ Shinigami, I just followed you, bro. Missy Mice says, I can't wait for hide and seek cause they keep obviously stream sniping.
Yeah, I know.
Daniel Rappaport says, lol. Rook the Shinigami says, thanks. Daniel Rappaport says, I can't believe Blue wasn't trolling. Fawuketwa says, yeah, hide and seek would be fun.
Blue, what's stream sniping?
Daniel Rappaport says that Fawuketwa T no stream snipe.
Brown needs to kill red. He needs to kill red.
Missy Mice says they never got imps out this fast when I was in LOL. Fawuketwa says that Daniel_Rappaport nah, I wasn't stream sniping, I just saw him kill. Daniel Rappaport says get your content out of this game, bro. Daniel Rappaport says I trust you.
Yeah, I'm gonna get my content. Hopefully. To kill red. Oh, why? Fuck's sake. Is that red?
Daniel Rappaport says that Fawuketwa I didn't say you stream sniped, I said that there will be no in hide and seek. Rook the Shinigami says, do you think you're the best among us, creator, or one of the best? Fawuketwa says at Daniel_Rappaport, oh my bad, didn't understand my engine well. Daniel Rappaport says at Fawuketwa all good. Daniel Rappaport says, but DIH don't put just yourself as the seeker.
Ha. Oh.
Rook the Shinigami says hope you get 10 soon. Rook the Shinigami says 10k. Daniel Rappaport says Tutu left you alone. Daniel Rappaport says you need to cook now.
I do. Oh, Red and Rose keep following me.
Daniel Rappaport says a USS or Phantom.
I'm Phantom. God. I asked what's the detective username on Discord. Just join my user. I joined my Discord.
Daniel Rappaport says join Discord, guys. Eric Vasily says he.
Okay, I'm gonna go for black. And
Root the Shinigami says Detective D, about to clutch FR.
I know, right?
Daria says, is that how you do me, female alpha?
Sorry.
Daniel Rappaport says at Daria lol. Daria says depression.
He protected black, oh my days. Gonna get rid of this.
Daria says are the non-imps who accuses me embarrassed. Daniel Rappaport says every time in Phantom someone get protected and I still puff. Daniel Rappaport says at Daria I hope so. Daria says accused. Daria says depression. Don Trust says Lemfow. Daria says Tan sees EV1 Phantom and kill. Daniel Rappaport says hell nah, what is black doing? Daniel Rappaport says Tan not black. Missy Mice says lol not accused, wrong person of Phantom.
Wala naman accusing. Well, not accusing wrong person of Phantom. I know, right?
Root the Shinigami says sabotage comms, but wait a bit. Daniel Rappaport says Tan assisting you. Root the Shinigami says NVM.
Rumapit ang VP.
Missy Mice says they being so gay. Daria says female alpha, do you have an eyebrow slit or whatever it's called since IDK how to spell?
Nah.
Root the Shinigami says yo. Daniel Rappaport says cooked. Daria says what is Tan doing? Daniel Rappaport says nah, Tan 100% stream sniping. Daria says I mean W Tan. Daniel Rappaport says you gonna win. Tan is trolling.
No.
Daniel Rappaport says don't end Tan.
Nah, Tan is my guy. Gotta keep Tan alive, honestly.
Missy Mice says grouping is gay if they can hear me through their sniping. Daria says kill Red in front of Tan and then Phantom. Pafot says WTF is this? Daria says low. Pafot says him mad. Root the Shinigami says imagine Tan votes your ass. Daniel Rappaport says nah, gotta be banned after this. Pafot says you better explain. Daria says oh. Daniel Rappaport says at Pafot less than.
BDR, you gotta vote black. You gotta vote black. BDR, you have to vote black.
Daniel Rappaport says at Pafot less than. You will not lick it anymore, start cooking. Pafot says I want and need an explanation. Daniel Rappaport says at Pafot less than, not you Tan. Pafot says at Daniel_Rappaport OGNG you're right. Daniel Rappaport says hell nah. Missy Mice says hide and seek. DR says BDR is gay ONL. Daniel Rappaport says now hide and seek. Speed Force says code. Eric Vasily says coded. Daria says hide and eek. CZXV says in goated FR. CZXV says fourth imposter.
Yeah, that's so
Eric Vasily says what's code.
Video.
Daniel Rappaport says lol W Tan.
Video. GG, bro. You're MVP, bro, guy.
Daria says Alpha did you win?
Of course I ate, girl.
Eric Vasily says code. Daniel Rappaport says 15 people.
I know, right? Oh.
Daniel Rappaport says why not me? Eric Vasily says bro, I know which service I was gonna join.
No. Why did I do that?
Daniel Rappaport says he'll send a rose if you give me Seeker.
Okay,
Daniel
interesting.
Rappaport says next game.
Nah, I need something bigger than a rose, bro. At least 10 coins. What to be a seeker? Can I pity, of course?
Daniel Rappaport says you know what, okay.
Galaxy for Galaxy to be a seeker. I mean, if you kill me, you can get that rocket. Uh-oh. A
Daniel
Galaxy to be a
Rappaport says Nara
seeker.
Rosa.
I need at least 10 coins. Galaxy equals seeker, guys.
Daniel Rappaport says Rosa is 10.
Rosa's what? Oh, what's a Rosa? I don't know what's a Rosa. Your channel is our thanks. How's it going? It's going good with you? As you might just say this. Disconnected. Thanks. Damn. Thanks for the gift.
Daniel Rappaport says here you got.
Thank you, bro. I don't know how many. Is that it?
Daniel Rappaport says now give me Seeker.
Hold on,
Daria
hold
says
on, hold
idea.
on, hold on. Yeah. This is not good, guys. I'm good. GG.
Daniel Rappaport says at Daniel_Rappaport like we say pay T win.
Yeah, pay to win. How much is it though? I don't know.
Daniel Rappaport says give me Seeker.
I don't know.
Daniel Rappaport says lol tie.
I just pay to win. Just pay to win.
Daniel Rappaport says wow what surprise. Missy Mice says well I didn't make cut but oh well.
Shit, bro. Oh. No! Fuck you, bro.
Missy Mice says stream sniping is Cree.
Yeah. Why is it so fast? Yeah, GG.
Missy Mice says you should be next Seeker Detective.
I could be.
Daniel Rappaport says nah.
Hey, another gift equals another seeker.
Daniel Rappaport says I paid and didn't win.
You can pay again. You can pay again.
Missy Mice says it's always full now LMAO.
Thanks for the Thanks.
Heisenberg says what is code?
It's careful. Yo, Daniel.
Missy Mice says it's full lol. Daniel Rappaport says do you accept V-Bucks?
Nah. Hey, Daniel? Like. Hey, Daniel. Let me make you a deal.
Got to join in 1.5 seconds to be in this one now.
Hey, Daniel? Hey, you listen.
Daniel Rappaport says I can hear.
Hey, guys. Daniel.
Daniel Rappaport says what's the deal?
The deal? Listen here.
says I'm so tough boy.
Listen here. The deal. A galaxy to be a seeker 7 times in a row. Imagine the content.
Pafot says at Daniel _Rappaport you have to goon on stream. Daniel Rappaport says at Pafot less than will do. Bob the Crusade says go. Daniel Rappaport says let me join Ilgoon.
I'm gonna join. I'm gonna message. Yeah. Actually. Daniel, how does that deal sound? Daniel, how does the deal sound? How does the deal sound, Daniel?
Daniel Rappaport says bro is desperate.
Yeah.
Daniel Rappaport says nah bro I don't have that money.
6, 7. Hey, listen.
The Crusade says 67.
You'll get a fanboy detective.
DIH Cheese says we got any minors in this live. Says bro how old are you? Bob the Crusade says 67 hi.
Yeah. Daniel, anything the closest you can do to your galaxy will do. It'll do. I'll make you a seeker.
Says you're 67 years old. Bob the Crusade says bro is really desperate.
Daniel, do you have a deal? Do you have a deal, Daniel? Lol, want to play the Amber Gate.
Bob the Crusade says Daniel Daniel Rappaport says maybe you will be in one of the vids of I donated to streamers with no viewers.
Sure. I don't mind. Just donate. But shit. 15 cents, guys. No way. 6 good. Daniel, do you have a deal? Do you have a deal, Daniel?
Bob the Crusade says bro really needs the money. Daniel Rappaport says need money for collage.
When is new vid?
Bob the Crusade says collage is not important. Detective D says him going uni. Daniel Rappaport says 10.
6, 7.
DIH Cheese says okay. Bob the Crusade says wow.
Let's play, guys. Thanks for the gift, Daniel 6. Really good.
Bob the Crusade says 6767.
I think I made it harder for Daniel now.
DIH Cheese says 6767.
What?
Butter says ULUWGG.
What's it?
DIH Cheese says 6767.
Bruh.
Daniel Rappaport says ha I got kicked. Pafot says we
What
got kicked.
happened?
Daria says I got kicked.
What happened, guys? What the hell?
Pafot says by the way I will only draw you as a fun boy if you show it on stream. Daria says prog band. Daniel Rappaport says I got banned for 10 minutes.
Bruh.
VR says I got banned somehow. Pafot says
There's no way.
Fawuketwa says wait I'm banned. Pafot says bro. Daria says got banned from that room. VR says can you make a new lobby? Pafot says we are banned. Daniel Rappaport says hate this game. Fawuketwa says what happened?
I don't know.
Daniel Rappaport says no in banned for 10 minutes not from lobby.
Oops.
DIH Cheese says code. Bob the Crusade says code bro.
Huh? There you go.
Daniel Rappaport says save my 2 seeker passes.
Sure.
DIH Cheese says every time I try to join I can't see the code. Daria says do I deserve the permanent round color Rosie?
Yeah.
Bob the Crusade says banana I feel ye. Daniel Rappaport says at Daria I think ye.
Di ba kapan? I'm gonna kill you guys. You guys ready?
Bob the Crusader. Daniel Rappaport says you got it or gave yourself.
You guys are all dead. Catch every single one of you. Why? The hell?
Daniel Rappaport says that Bob the Crusade if you say Bronacho.
Fuck.
Bob the Crusade says Bronacho.
Thanks you. Losies. Hey guys, I got access before you can finish it. What happened?
Pathot says game bugged.
Oops. Make sure it's hello. Nice. Nice. Dear task, guys, dear task, dear task.
Daniel Rappaport says hell no, why is my ban for 99 minutes SS?
Oh, this is crazy.
Daniel Rappaport says what is this game? Daniel Rappaport says 99 minutes. Daniel Rappaport says for a big.
Guys, do task, do task, do task, do task.
Daniel Rappaport says bug. DIH Cheese says DIH Cheese says.
That's so good. I'm dead. Dude. Bisa. Oh. I survived. 开始。
Daniel Rappaport says maybe he'll send a TikTok universe.
Yo, Daniel, if you do, I'll shout you out in my video. I'm gonna shout you out in my video. Daniel, if you do, I'll shout you out. For real. Oh, create the gift visit the server. Nice.
Daniel Rappaport says it's like $1,000 no.
I'll shout you to my video HD. I don't know how much this thing is, but...
Daniel Rappaport says if he'll win the lottery he'll send.
Thanks. Sounds good. What the fuck did he go and meet it?
DIHG says lol.
Well, who's hacking?
Daniel Rappaport says GTG Gangbar.
Oh, bye, Daniel. Yeah, what else, detective?
Detective says hacker.
Yeah. Guys on the screen, Galaxy to BSC custom. everything. Let's see.
Stefan says, Detective, I just saw your newest clip and I could believe I was in it along with you and Misa.
Yes, and I could please. I don't know.
Detective says it's Stefan me.
Oh. GG.
Broski says yo.
Yo.
Broski says normal game mode. Draxor says I'm back and finish homework.
Nice.
Broski says, are you still busy with hide and seek?
So we'll play hide and seek once someone gifts to be a seeker.
Draxor says, by the way, I'm in 11th grade. Do you have any advice?
Me advice for 11th grade? 11th grade? You want advice from me?
Broski says I can't see code, by the way.
Just Draxor, log in, use AI, but reword everything, don't copy and paste, and you're good. Hold on, guys.
Draxor says I can play GTG to study math for a test.
Okay, safe. Left to the... Like... Voice is not clear. Huh? Forward playing classic. Oops. Sorry. Forward playing classic.
Broski says QLHNEG.
Let's go, guys. Can I shoot?
Arky says cost join.
Let's go here. Oops. Just watching. Okay, fool. Oops. What was an imposter? Oh, I'm scared. Sick.
You might be wondering why I said G.G. White, but for you to have any clue, we need to return to the beginning. I'm playing with a well-known content.
There's a voice in the back. Oh.
Diego13 says sup. Diego13 says my worst nightmare turned reality. Diego13 says creating a TikTok account.
He's not talking. Might be the last live streak. I mean, last game, I mean. Infernal.
Daria says my mom called me when I first left.
Oh, okay.
Daria says I don't even know how I was still in the live.
Well.
Daria says trust vote lime.
Join us at Discord. Real fun stuff. It's a shape-shifted in the room. The shape shifted.
Daria says, why are they locking you everywhere?
I know, annoying.
Diego13 says stream snipe, that's why.
The imposter might be ghost and just following me, you know.
Daria says the chat is so dry.
Yeah, I know.
Diego13 says, why does this bot pronounce my username as Diego, WTH?
I don't know.
Daria says mine has an weird accent on my name.
As I said, skip. I literally said skip.
Karimar says I've been gone for like 2 hours, how at you and VR still here cause I remember them playing.
Hello. I said let's skip. It's time to do it for listeners.
Pafot says him done. Diego13 says whenever detective is imp the other imps will be cooked. Karimar says and Pafot and Daria is still here.
The number of Daria still here? Yes.
Daria says I don't even know I left BC, my mum called me.
My sense is
Pafot says at Karimar yup. Daria says at Diego13 Loki IJS know they will stream snipe and snitch. Diego13 says most likely. Karimar says YH. Daria says it always ends like that. Karimar says yo bro, is that your real voice?
Yeah.
Daria says except for that one time Tan accused everyone.
What do you mean? Process of elimination. You guys, I'm tired now, so
Karimar says, what was that dance move?
Guys, I'm fine. Oh. Hello? Ah.
Daria says it's an peak dance move WDYM.
Alright.
Daria says the D respect.
Come on.
Karimar says no, I meant in a good way.
Can we do something?
Karimar says it's so tough. Daria says IKRR. Karimar says yes.
Okay. I'm gonna add something, guys. I'm gonna add something. Load. Hold on. Hold on, guys. Where is it?
Karimar says, Detective D, what's your most asked question?
I don't know. Oh yeah, is this my real voice? That's the most asked.
Daria says I wanna join, but it's few LDLDJOAs. Karimar says oh.
Okay.
Daria says him gonna cras 022 throw.
This
Karimar
time
says hey, enter
works,
chat.
guys.
Karimar says Daria join now. Karimar says I think someone left. Eric Vasily says code. Daria says I couldn't see the code. Arky says start.
Hold on.
Eric Vasily says I don't see Cody. Karimar says OYHHH. Eric Vasily says O stream ended.
No, stream didn't end.
Eric Vasily says IG. Eric Vasily says O. Daria says what's the timer? Eric Vasily says can you tell me your DC? Arky says code QLHNEG.
I think, right? Yeah, so you guys can see. Hello?
Karimar says how long have I been streaming for?
Let's take a screenshot.
Daria says I'm gonna follow and unfollow for 1007.
Don't do that.
Eric Vasily says bro Arky says at Karimar 1 hour. Eric Vasily says let me join. Daria says or JS follow on every ACC. Eric Vasily says I never joined you. Karimar says oh okay thanks Arky.
One sec.
Arky says at Kareem RNP. Daria says I'm gonna make 1000 TikTok ACCS ATP.
Sure. Can you guys read that? That's better. Is that readable?
Kareem says I only have like 2 ACCS.
Can you guys read what the
He
image
says, can you
says?
guys read what the image says?
Hold on.
Daria says make more E.
Yes, better. I can make it bigger.
Kareem says yes. Daria says what if I spam Daria says again.
Don't.
Daria says 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Daria says I'm gonna start making Akka. Kareem says a FH.
Alright guys, check out the YouTube stream, guys. If you're on YouTube, please subscribe, but also check out the YouTube. If you're on YouTube, check out the TikTok live for a second. Check out the TikTok live. Just one sec. See what's going on. Oh, I'm dead for
Class of 6B says ACC1.
thanks for the follow. Nice. Did like 5 times.
Dennis29922 says ACC2.
Thanks for the
Max
follow.
says talk.
I am talking. I'm talking. I am talking.
Eric Vasily says please speed I need this my mom is kinda homeless IWNN help her out.
That shit.
Kareem says oh are these Daria's new ACCS?
Yes. There's someone can watch my scan. Oh, something devious.
Eric
Nice.
Vasily says, please speed, I need this, my mom is kinda homeless, IWNN, help her out, I wanna be a good son. Eric Vasily says MB. Yahya 2005 says help. Eric Vasily says I'm blocked by him. Yahya 2005 says hello. Karimar says, how long have you been playing Among Us for?
Good. That's probably when I came out.
Karimar says at Yahya underscore 2005 you okay dog.
Guys,
Yahya 2005
timer.
says Yahya 2005 Yahya 2005 Yahya 2005. Detective Fawn says guess who?
Thanks for the
Yahya 2005 says yay. Karimar says at Detective Van Daria.
Thanks, sir. You serious right now? No? Oh my days.
Yahya 2005 says oh. Daria says it takes too much time to make an ACC, so they'll stop at 3.
Okay. My camera's fucked again, nice.
Karimar says why is bro sideways?
I know! God, fuck.
Daria says the last 3 were me by the way.
Yeah, thanks. Bruh, for real?
Debatable says is this the real Detective D?
Yeah.
Karimar says even the Yahya.
What's going on?
Daria says at Karimar not that one.
Oh my days. There you go.
Karimar says oh. Daria says at Debatable actually this one is the Labubu verse.
Nice. I hope my notes is completed. It is. Hold on, my notes is completed.
Broski says DQNUEG. Pafot says Vorkol aka Grey is stream sniping. Pafot says and lobby got full.
Well, guys, my notes is completed.
Bob the Crusade says, why did everyone leave? Pafot says WYM. Bob the Crusade says last lobby. Pafot says cause Detective D left. Arky says at Bob the Crusade D left. Karimar says start brew. Bob the Crusade says bro, that is not a valid reason. Daria says the live hit 0. Pafot says hold up, he dressing up in a maid dress. Bob the Crusade says bro, just start.
Yeah. Hello guys, I'm back. Can you see me? Hello?
King of all kings says, are you Muslim?
No. Thank you for joining back.
Daria says, VR my biggest hater. Karima says, I left cause of error brew. Karima says, you okay now though?
Yeah, I'm okay, thanks. Thank you.
King of all kings says, bro, I hate the noisemaker.
I know. So useless.
Detective says, what is that timer? Karima says, why H so dead?
Timer? Supposed to be. It's the timer until the stream ends.
Karima says, why H the timer didn't happen, which is good. King of all kings says, is it your real voice or a voice changer?
It's my real voice.
Karima says, I think voice changer.
Nah.
Detective says, but what does the rhyme do?
The timer, like when the timer ends. The timer ends, the stream ends. Now? Really?
Tuki4 says, you detective die WSG.
What up, Pink? Okay, there we go. I'm back, I'm back.
Karima says, where's Daria?
I have no clue.
Karima says, we need to new ACCSSS. King of all kings says at Karima, who is Daria?
No.
Tuki4 says, are
Maybe
you
you
really
guys
that
just
good to use
better.
that name? Pafot says, Gar. Karimar says, this girl, that would make new ACCS so the timer goes up so then they wouldn't leave streak. Pafot says, I saw the face. Pafot says, MUHAHAHAHAHAHA.
Style what I've still.
Karimar says, Coral said you left Tagoon. Stefan says, bro, you almost level 6-7. King of all kings says, did you see anyone go in electrical? Detective D says, my nose was bleeding GNG. Tuki4 says, are you Arab or wearing that only to cover your face?
I need to go in office.
Stefan says, you okay?
Yeah,
Pafot says,
thanks.
Detective D, oh damn.
That's why I ran
Karimar
away.
says, everyone was just talking about gooning, bro.
Oh. That's crazy. It's kind of hard in here, especially with this mask.
Karimar says, but you're okay now, so it's good.
Yeah. Yeah, I like the my selfish.
Daniel Rappaport says, what's the timer?
Timer?
King of all kings says, I don't believe that is your real voice. Karimar says, let's go, the timer is going UPPP.
Is it a
2Q4
timer?
says, bro, your Ez over 15. Why cover your face? Karimar says, YH, I don't believe it.
How did the timer go up so? I think from the likes. So the timer is when the stream ends. People just keep like it. So
Pafot says, can I tell him?
goes up. Can you tell him what?
Stefan says it will never end. Karimar says, from 8 minutes to 30 minutes, gang, let's go. Pafot says, how you look like. Tuki4 says, where you from? Karimar says they won't answer that. King of all kings says USA. Daniel Rappaport says, like you end the live only when Tina ends.
Yeah.
Karimar says, no, not Dadia. Stefan says, do you go live daily?
Most of the time,
Tuki4
yeah.
says, what do you think of Daniel? Daria says, yellow such a noob
He's cool,
BB.
he's cool.
Daria says, yellow saw me trash. Daniel Rappaport says at Pafot less than, let's cook and not let him finish. Tuki4 says, not such a detective, IG.
Well, I'm not trying here.
Pafot says at Daniel_Rappaport what you mean. Pafot says oh okay.
Guys, new code in Discord server.
Pafot says I
Check
got an
Discord.
idea.
Check Discord.
King of all kings says why are you not trying?
Because I'm playing loads of games, so I'm gonna try all of them.
Daniel Rappaport says at Pafot less than, what? Stefan says what Discord channel? Pafot says he'll just play a game. Daria says I don't have this CC. Pafot says at Daniel_Rappaport he'll DM you on DC. Daniel Rappaport says my likes are not adding time.
I kinda turned it off.
Daria says I like your eyes det D.
Thanks.
Daria says W Riz. Tuki4 says, but when the collab is about to happen how do you all know what server to join?
Dinosaur.
King of all kings says what is the code?
Dinosaur, I messaged you. Where's the code?
Tuki4 says, but when the collab is about to happen how do you all know what server to join?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Stefan says, hey detective, can you make a collab with Real Haddad sometime?
Sure.
Tuki4 says like y'all make a DC server or some.
Are we with the collab people? We already have a Discord server.
Yahya 2005 says I wanna join.
Sure. Está fácil.
Daniel Rappaport says let's see if my ban is already over.
Go on. Yes, it was off. I read it out.
Daniel Rappaport says another 37 minutes. Daniel Rappaport says I hate this game so much. King of all kings says how do I change my settings to free chat?
I just do Turn the chat off. ADM Viper again. Nice.
King of all kings says thanks. Daniel Rappaport says if I donate a galaxy, will you give me a permanent access to your TikTok account DIH?
No. If you give me a galaxy, I'll shout you out in my video. You think you're
Daniel
the only
Rappaport says
Iranian
nah,
here?
not worth it.
Okay,
Karima
what do
says
you
I
want?
don't think you should do that.
What do you guys want for galaxies? So show me support.
Daniel Rappaport says I want a collab with Sophie Rain.
Bruh, get out. Get out. Bruh.
Daniel Rappaport says do you play other games?
Minecraft? I play ATM 10 with some extra shaders.
Daniel Rappaport says do a horror game live.
That's a shot. Shot, no? I should have played some Phasmophobia. Should I play some Phasmophobia? Phasmophobia, guys. Don't know if I need to update it or not.
Daniel Rappaport says what is it?
Horror game. Oh, it's going to be updated.
Daniel Rappaport says ye could be nice.
Sure. We can play some Roblox, like... we'll play some Roblox now. Roblox for me. Roblox horror games? Guys, what's the best Roblox horror game? Best Roblox horror game.
Daniel Rappaport says nah, not Roblox. Karima
That's
says
some nice horror
Ophelia.
games, huh? Anyone wanna play horror games with me in Roblox?
Daniel Rappaport says try playing Who's at the Door. Daniel Rappaport says it's a good game.
Why did it? Yeah.
Karima says I will play with you.
Hmm?
Pafot says I got kicked. Karima says I died right away.
I thought. Message me on Discord. I thought. Message me on Discord.
Pafot says oh me.
Yeah. Drop me a message to me.
Pafot says wait, why though?
Just drop
Karima
me a
says it can
message.
be me when I died. Pafot says fine. Pafot says I'm scared, just keep in mind.
Don't be scared.
Karima says do you have a Discord community or SMTH like that?
Yeah, link in bio. Link in bio. Intro from the link in my bio. Oops. How did that happen?
Karima says guys Brown was safe. Pafot says I send you. Daniel Rappaport says that Karima Yi joined the server.
GG.
D4VDI says hi. Karima says that Daniel _Rappaport I can't dead.
Shall we play some Roblox, guys?
Daniel Rappaport says that Karima what does it has to do with Discord? King of all kings says I still can't free chat. Karima says IDK.
Guys, add me up, add me up. Right, that's my thingy.
VR says what's his user? VR says D what's your Roblox user?
Hold on,
Karima says detective what's your user I didn't D.
Sure.
Daria says, why Roblox user is Daria Lamejo 2? VR says too small. Daria says same can see. Karima says YH I can see. Yahya 2005 says we clapped that round. VR says I added you in VRR. Arky says the I can join sorry bro. Stefan says, Detective, what other games do you play besides Among Us and Roblox?
That's my username, guys.
Karimar says, wait guys, I found it.
Oh shit.
Pafot says back. VR says, I added you. Yahya 2005 says 20,055,553. Karimar says they're used as dafrange_royals or SMTH.
Yes, what's your
Yahya
username?
2005 says 29,742.
What's your username? What's your
Daria
username?
says I can't see. Karimar says YH I added you too.
What's your username?
Yahya 2005 says 9,892,849,392,817,394,201. Pafot says at Yahya_2005 what's this supposed to mean lol. Daria says Daria Lameho 2. Karimar says can you add me?
Yeah.
VR says MVRR. Pafot says wait yo. Pafot
So-
says hey adding PPL.
So add me
VR says
first
can
and
you
then I'll
survive
add
the
you back.
numbers? Karimar says mine is Stella_Tesuv. Stefan says why no melon on head in Roblox?
Just give me your username so I can add you guys back.
Daria says damn I can see it. VR says MVRR. Daria says zoom in if you can or type in chat. VR says in Darflesh. Stefan says what's your user Agian? Pafot says wait what if my user contains my name technically?
That's my username.
VR says add me back GNG am right there.
Which one is your username? What? Tell me your usernames so I can add you guys back.
Daria says I added you in Night Moon. Pafot says wait Ilju add you. VR says and Creator Boy 1. Karimar says mine is the one the second notif. Karimar says the one waving with black hair. Stefan says I added you my user is Custaras. Karimar says WDDD. Pafot says what a DS user.
It is.
Daniel Rappaport says GTG bye guys. Daria says
Bye.
Dafrange_Royale. Stefan says bye. Daria says bye.
But did you guys add me? Sure. You're Hungarian? Yes, accept you guys, I don't know.
Pafot says yay. Stefan says Imskustara add me back please. Daria says TMRW I have 7 hours arts BC.
Okay, do I have everyone? Do I have everyone?
VR says what we gonna play.
Some horror
Pafot says
games?
the one you just read out loud was me. Daria says yep.
Okay, do we have everyone? I think.
Daria says I think we do.
Okay. What? Good games. Oh, good horror games there are. That are
Daria
like
says why is there Among Us
multiplayer.
sounds in the background?
Yeah, sorry.
Stefan
Yes,
says
okay.
Daria Darcy me back.
What shall we play? What shall we
Pafot
play?
says at Daria he probably has Among Us open.
What shall we play?
Daria says OKK.
What shall we play, guys? Is Ophelia good?
Pafot says damn 5 PPLS left.
I need to take my Roblox down.
Daria says user Stefan.
Yeah, 5 people left. Wait, hold on.
Stefan says PTT. Pafot says is that Ophelia?
You can play Ophelia? Aperophobia, what's that?
Daria says why's the last follow my second ACCS?
I guess that's the
Pafot
last
says oh
person
no
you
no
followed.
no. VR says how many of us is here?
There's a couple of people, there's 9 people on YouTube. And there's 5 people on TikTok.
VR says I might go to sleep. Pafot says at VR4RN.
You guys, join my game. Is everyone in the game? Is everyone in the game?
Daria says won't let me join.
Can I look at the private lobby? Can I make a private server? Like, oh, goodbye. Oh, it's free. Thanks for the follow. Okay, join guys, join.
VR says ICL him going to sleep.
Good night, Danny.
VR says
yeah.
CR.
Good night. Join me guys, join me. What happened to my face? Guys, join. Join my party. Join up.
Stefan says IGTG.
Best friend. What is the game? Ophelia? Three people, and the life is crazy. TikTok died. Alright, let's go. Oh. Can't buy shit.
Pafot says ah.
Done. Listen.
Pafot says I was supposed to tap play, wasn't I?
What's going on?
Pafot says he'll just stalk y'all here, I guess.
Okay, that sounds good. No, because sensitivities fatigue. Don't die. The fuck is that? The knife. Can I hide there? Good to know. Can I hide here as well? Like couch. It is so high. Oh, nice.
Cameron says DIH.
What up, Cameron? Do you want to play with us? Oh, I found a key.
Cameron says him.
Do you know this game?
Pafot says we know you hungry, Cam.
Huh? Found a key. I think the knife is gonna be here.
Cameron says at Pafot less than WDYM bro. Cameron says him.
The hell, guys?
Pafot says at Cameron
found
like you
the
know you
blue
want some
key.
good grilled bluey sausages with milk.
Not a blue key.
Cameron says at Pafot less than.
I'll die him. Oh. Take it in there. What the fuck is that?
Cameron says I am trying to recover a deleted YouTube video RN for something, so maybe soon.
Shit. He died.
Pafot says at Cameron oh so you actually won some.
He died. It's all good.
Cameron says no twin. Pathot says R. Cameron says okay, I'll go now.
Oh, come on, don't go. Don't go, come on.
Pathot says at
You
Cameron
got the
Dahlia.
knife. You got the knife, guys. Don't go, guys.
Pathot says I made you hungry. Pathot says hungry. Karimar says goodnight D bye boo.
Can I let him go? Let him go.
Karimar says bye bye I meant.
Emo, don't go. Finish the guard. Time to run out, guys. Okay, I think I'll go. Okay, bye-bye, guys. Bye, guys.
Pathot
End of
says
the
oh
line.
knows.
Bye-bye. Next time we can play more.
Daria says bye D.
Bye. Next time we can play more horror games. So bye, guys. Safe.